Hello and welcome to Alan Wake Remastered. Happy 2024 to everyone. As is tradition for the channel, the first game I like to play through at the start of a new year is Alan Wake, playing the remastered version. Hope that everyone is going to be having a great 2024 this year. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in. Happy New Year to you. I'm doing well. Yeah, things are going good. Had a good one. Had a quiet New Year Eve into New Year. But doing well. How about yourself? And thanks. Yeah. Yeah, so I've got the new logo. And I've got some new emotes. I wanted to add some emotes that were, well, for a while now I've wanted to have a GG one. So I came up with a simple but animated GG emote. You're doing great, Brutus. Excellent. So another hour and a half of 2023 for you. Oh wow. So almost to 2024. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Brutus. And I've also got a Alan Wake animated emote as well. It's just at the start on the title. Okay, so what we're doing for this playthrough is we're going to be doing the main game, we're going to be doing the 2 DLC, and I'm going to be listening to more than just the basic dialogue from characters, but I'm not going to try and trigger all the dialogue as in do the wrong thing on purpose to get Alan to say things. More so like when characters are having a discussion or talking, once they've said the main thrust of what they're saying, I'll just hang around and listen to the rest. But I won't be doing it really extensively, like I would do in a in-depth playthrough. Hey there, Afro. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the New Year wishes. Muchly appreciated. Going well. Yeah, it went really, really good. I've just been working on some stuff for the channel before starting the stream and getting some things sorted, getting some emotes ready and refining some things. So yeah, it's off to a great start. Just going to play on normal mode.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and is what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Hey there, Zomb. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the New Year wishes. I hope that 2024 is going to be a great year for you. Hope it's going well. Hey there, Ryu. Happy New Year to you, dude. The first day of 2024 for you, and it's so fitting that it's what began our journey again. Yeah, I've always really liked this game a lot, and this and Dead Rising, the original version of this, I should say, and Dead Rising was the first two games that I streamed on my channel, and I'd seen like a lot of Twitch streams before creating my own channel, and I looked at their streams. I was like, you know what, this might seem like something fun to do. So I decided to set up, what was initially, Rod Zombie, and then at the start of 2022 or 2023 actually, changed my name to Rod Legion, and then here we are. So always like to replay Alan Wake as the first playthrough for 2024. It is, Ryu. Yeah, it really is. Like, I can play this game so many times in a short amount of time and still enjoy it. Zom, have you played other Remedy games? So the ones that I've played and finished is Alan Wake, Alan Wake's American Nightmare, as well as Alan Wake 2, and Control, and Quantum Break. As for Remedy games that I have played but haven't finished yet, Max Payne, I've played a bit of that years ago on the PS2 version I had, but I never finished it. And games in the series that I haven't played is Max Payne 2 or Max Payne 3 at all. Even though Max Payne 3 is not a Remedy game, I know, but just as an extra bit of info, I haven't played Max Payne 3 either. So that's the extent to which I've played Remedy games. I haven't played like their old school ones, like Death Rally before. Having played Alan Wake 2, and the speed at which Alan runs in Alan Wake 2 is this speed. Almost.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Alan's top speed sprinting in Alan Wake 2 is slightly slower than what I'm doing in Alan Wake 1 by just moving.
I was certain I had just driven from this direction, but now the road was blocked.
And while in this game, Alan will tire if you sprint, he actually runs double the speed that Alan does in Alan Wake 2. So, despite the limitations of he loses his breath, I actually prefer the speed at which you can make him move in this game. Not to say that the sequel's terrible, but now that I've played through the sequel, I can, play through this game again and then, talk about some of the differences between the two. Aside from obviously graphical differences and stuff.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer! You're a joke. There wouldn't be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, 'cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
So I'll be getting extra dialogue like that stuff. Hanging back and hearing what characters have to say. But I won't go really, really in depth, though. Like to the point of trying to get all the dialogue in the game, literally. Like I did for my October playthrough.
You missed your deadline! Damn. You You can't stop me!
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
A lot of the times older games move so much faster, which makes them more enjoyable for me. Yeah, I mean, I know that there's sort of like this push for realism, and the idea in Alan Wake 1 that Alan can sprint, but it's only for a short burst, and once he's actually gotten to the point where he has to take a breather, that means that you're left open for attack and being overrun by enemies. So I get that they wanted to make sure that Alan could actually run in Alan Wake 2 without the stamina being lost. But what they've done is they've sacrificed that without making the speed at which Alan runs actually fast. Like, it'd be a different story if they had him walk and then jog and then sprint. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's kind of like in Resident Evil remakes. In the Resident Evil remakes 2, 3, and 4, the characters actually don't run as fast full speed as they do in the original games. You know, and it can make it feel like your character's running in mud instead of being able to run at a pace that is going to let you get away from the enemy in a decent amount of sort of like time as well. But yeah, even though it is cool in Alan Wake 2 that you can have Alan jog and not run out of breath, he's actually slower than his sprinting speed in Alan Wake 1. It's just that the punishment is the stamina. But having played Alan Wake 2 now, I think I prefer having the stamina and being able to run faster. Because it feels like when you're sprinting in this, it feels like you have a little bit of an advantage over the enemies that are currently near you. Whereas in the new one, it seems like you've only got like a slight little speed increase. But they can still catch up to you because a lot of the enemies in Alan Wake 2 can literally teleport right exactly where you are. And there's enemies in this game that can teleport too, but they don't literally teleport from... Like, for example, you see where the light is shining down there? They can teleport from there to directly in front of your face, kind of thing. Maybe not that far away, but maybe from that walking sign to about here, they can literally go from there to right in your face attacking you. And that can be a bit annoying depending on what you're trying to do at the time. If you're in the middle of loading your flashlight, you're done. Especially if you've got low health. You know what I mean? So in other words, the balancing of the gameplay in Alan Wake reaches its peak in an American Nightmare before they downgraded the gameplay by a ton. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like... This one is more arcadey in how it feels to control Alan, and they kept some of that for Control as well, and also Quantum Break. But when you get to Alan Wake 2, they're going for more kind of like realism in a way. So I'm pretty sure that Control 2, they might do the same thing as well. But yeah, I hope that they learn that you can still give the player an advantage, but not making them OP, but at the same time not making them feel like the improvement is only by a margin of 1 little percent, instead of like 10%. But yeah, not to say that Alan Wake 2 is a bad game or anything, it's just that having played it and now playing this game again afterwards, there's just these differences that I'd like to talk about. But I'm not going to talk about spoilers for Alan Wake 2, though, because it's still a fairly fresh game.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation? This way! Hurry!
lose. It's coming inside now! Get inside! Oh my God, we're not gonna make it! Go, go, go! Get inside the cabin! Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! 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 I was trapped. There was no way out.
Die, 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 die.
The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Follow the light. You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there. Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes like this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Follow my light. I entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. This way. There's no time.
Thomas Zane here is voiced by James McCaffrey. Rest in peace.
You must follow me now. Come here. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
So in Alan Wake 2, from what I can remember, the simple act of moving your flashlight over the enemy will not have any effect on their darkness shield. However, in this game, if you move your torch over them and don't shine it to boost it, notice how we're not using any battery in the top left-hand corner? That's because I'm not boosting it. I'm simply moving the torch onto the enemy and it's depleting their shadow shield. In Alan Wake 2, you can't do this. If you shine the light on an enemy, nothing happens to them. In this game, if you use your boost, notice how the torch starts to run out of battery, but if you do it in bursts, a combination of holding this, boosting, stopping, holding, boosting, stopping.
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
It means that you can still savor your battery for your flashlight without having to reload the flashlight and still be able to
ability to defend yourself.
take the darkness shield away from the enemy simply by shining the light on them like this.
He will kill you. Take the gun.
You can reload whenever you want the battery of the light, and if you actually hold it down all the way, it'll get to a point where it's almost done, but if you stop, it'll actually build itself back up again. And I still haven't reloaded the flashlight. So you can do a combination of things in this game to preserve your flashlight without actually having to change the battery of it. In Alan Wake 2 though, your bursts with the light are like ammo in a gun. Once you press it once to boost, it'll do a boost, but then that's one boost done. When Alan loses all the boosts that he has, if he's still got a battery left, then he'll actually reload the battery. And when he's reloading the battery in Alan Wake 2, he's vulnerable to being attacked by enemies, and you can't cancel out of the animation for reloading the battery in Alan Wake 2. Once he starts reloading the battery, and you have low health, and the enemy's right in your face, you're fucking dead. Whereas in this game, as I showed, you can shine the light on the enemy without even boosting, and it still does something. It doesn't do it quickly, but if you do that in combination with boosting a little bit, stopping, wait for it to recharge, let the light shine on them a little bit, then you can actually preserve your battery in this. Whereas in Alan Wake 2, to actually shine the light on the enemy, it doesn't do anything. It only does something if you boost, and your boost is only a quick shot, like it goes for a few seconds, but then that's one boost done. And then I think you get like 3 boosts or 4. And then once that happens, Alan reloads the flashlight. Whereas in this game, you have more control over the flashlight and the battery use and reloading the battery and all that kind of stuff. Good day to you, Maxi. Welcome on in, dude. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you have a great 2024. Thank you so much for popping in. It's going really good, Maxi. Things are going good. Off to a great start. I hope that you're going well. How's things going with you? Zom, without spoiling much of anything, do you mind confirming or denying a theory you came up with, having seen a bit of Alan Wake 2 and the Alan Wake experience DLC? Probably best first to DM me the information, like whisper me the information, just so I know, because even if it's like not spoiling much of anything, to some that might be a spoiler, or it might be a big spoiler, you know what I mean? Yeah, Ryu, fatality. Fatality. Hey, Harbinger. Goodbye, Thomas Zane. Absolutely. Yeah, James McCaffrey was great. Hey there, Moon. Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. Come on, Cohagen. You got what you want. Give these people air. Thank you so much for redeeming the Arnie impression, McChimpy. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope it's going good. Thank you so very much for redeeming that. Harbinger, more control, pun intended. Not necessarily, but it definitely fits. That's for sure. Maxi, you're doing good, thanks to just Platinum AC Origins, which took you around 55 hours. Hell yeah, man, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. That's great to hear, and GG's on getting the Platinum as well for AC Origins. That's excellent. McChimpy Basie, thank you so very much. Yeah, it's such a classic sort of quote. Give these people ear. 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 Maxi, the story is amazing. You wonder if Bayek and Aya rekindled their marriage since they were buried near each other. Yeah, I mean, very well could be. I don't know if you've played the Hidden Ones DLC, but there's some good interactions between the two in that as well.
Now you'll die.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill you. This is it, Wage!
And in Alan Wake 2 as well, they have nerfed the flare gun. In this game, the flare gun can take out 3 to 4 enemies in one blast. In Alan Wake 2, it tickles them. I mean, that's a little exaggerated, but it's not as powerful in Alan Wake 2 as it is in Alan Wake 1. Again, it might sound like I'm dissing on Alan Wake 2 as if I didn't like the game or something, but I actually did like Alan Wake 2. There's a lot about it that is really, really good. But there's just some things that I feel this game is still better with. McChimpy, your brother and you used to laugh your heads off at that Arnie clip from Total Recall. I don't blame you, you know. There's so many quotes from his movies that are very funny. Even if they're not intentionally funny as well, you know. Maxie, you haven't played the DLCs yet. Need to get those trophies? Nice. Well, that's good, because you're in for a treat. The Curse of the Pharaohs DLC is really cool too, as well. So I'm sure that you'll find something to enjoy with those, Maxi. You are not you. You are me. No shit. That's a classic scene from Total Recall as well. Harbinger, flashbangs for life. Yeah, the flashbangs are awesome in this game too. I really like using them as well. Thanks, Zomb. Thanks for the whisper. I'll check that out when we get to the next cutscene, because there's a little bit of cutscene stuff. You can see a sign for Alan Wake's The Sudden Stop novel.
I can keep this up forever!
This is roughly Alan's sprinting speed in Alan Wake 2. This is his sprinting speed in this game.
Baby, just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife, if you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Damn yuppies.
Let's see who has the last laugh, city boy.
Okay. Good day to you too.
Come on, Slowpoke. You get the full service here. I've made all the arrangements. I drive the car. I'll even carry the bags. All you have to do is drag your cute butt into the car and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, sounds like you've got a lazy bastard for a husband.
Yeah, but I got a thing for him. Come on, you lazy bastard. Let's go.
Alice was played by Brett Madden, who unfortunately has also died. She died in 2020, I think it was. So Brett Madden played Alice in this game. So there's 3 characters in this game. Well, there's 4 technically, because they voice more than just one.
Let's get back in the car and drive to the town. We're here.
But the actor who plays Dr. Hartman, Mark Bloom, he is also passed away as well as James McCaffrey, who played Thomas Zane and Alex Casey
The ferry's
as well.
about to reach the pier. Let's get back in the car.
So I had a look at your message, Zomb, and I still probably won't go into details about
All
it
right, honey. Let's check out Bright Falls. Get in the car. Let's go.
on stream, but it is an interesting theory. I thought that myself about the chronology, because there were things that made me think, hang on, about Jesse and about what was going on in Alan Wake 2, and I was like, this feels like it doesn't take place at a certain point, but another point instead, you know. But that's a very good theory, though, as well. Arthuri, hello to you. Welcome on in, dude. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so very much for the New Year wishes, Arthuri. Muchly appreciated. I hope that your 2024 goes really well and that you have a good one. How's things going? McChimpy, your girlfriend overheard your voice and we both agree that you'd be a really good podcast narrator. Maybe that's why you can easily fall asleep to your streams when you finish work. Oh, nice. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah, I probably need to do... If I was to do something like that, I'd probably have to do more sort of like treatment for my voice because, to be honest, I don't really do the things, I guess, people who are in industries that use their voice a lot would do, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But thank you so much, McChimpy. Harbinger, today is Alan Wake Day, not New Year's Day. Alan Wake all day. First you and then Lucinda. That's it. Yeah, so I'll be doing Alan Wake. Lucinda's going to be doing Alan Wake. Hey there, Tech. You spoke about backlogs. You've compiled that list into 2 photos. Well, that's awesome, Tech. I do have a link to the Discord. I just don't have it as a command. I like to give it to people who I know are genuinely, you know, not trolls and stuff. So I'll grab the link to the Discord in a moment, and I'll put that in. Hey there, Code. Happy New Year to you. Talk to the hand, Owl. Talk to the hand. And then Owl punches the hand as well. Tech, you connected like 6 screenshots into one large image. Oh, that's really cool. Thanks for doing that, Tech. I'll have a look at that in a moment. And Happy New Year's to you as well, Tech. Thank you very, very much. I hope that you have a great start to your year. Ryu, if Rod ever does podcasts, you would gladly be his occasional co-host. Well, thank you, Ryu. Yeah, it's something that I haven't really actually given any serious consideration, but you never know. Tech, you added the 2 photos to your non-stream related channel. Nice. No worries at all, Tech. Thuri, I hope 2024 for you, it was good or better than 2023. Let's see what happened. You're good. You're taking a December month time with yourself and take normal things, but you do not watch any streams and you've reduced social media during December. It's been good. Well, that is good, Thuri, and it's always good to go with what you're feeling, you know, and if you need to take a break from certain things, then it's definitely good to be able to do that. Or if you just need to reduce the amount of things that you know, watch and things like that. So that's definitely understandable, theory as well. And I'm glad to hear that things have been going good. That's awesome.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes?
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all of your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Try the coffee. Just don't blame me when you fall in love, 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes 2 of us.
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake. Are you on your own, or is your wife with you? I can show you the town if you want. I get off work at 6.
Thanks, Rose. We'll be sure to keep that in mind. Right. So much for a quiet vacation.
Do me a favor, Sonny!
I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
You put the lime in the coconut. Drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
Yes, that's my favorite tune. Coconut.
Shut your mouth, you demented has-been. If I had my hammer, I'd shut it for you. Jeez.
Tune number 6 in the jukebox.
Children of the Elder God. Now there's a song for you.
I must say, after having played Alan Wake 2, I miss the way that the Odin brothers actually look. Like, there's nothing terrible about the way that they changed their looks for the sequel. I understand, there's the 13-year difference between both games. But, I don't know. I just prefer their faces and stuff in this game to the sequel. That might just be me. But yeah, I understand that there's a lot of time that's passed between the two games. So obviously they wanted to feel free to reinterpret the way that the characters looked and stuff. View, Children of the Elder God. Of course, Elder Gods are a huge deal in Mortal Kombat. That is true. They definitely are.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
You don't want to die,
I didn't want to
do
wait.
you?
I wanted to
Worse.
find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible.
He didn't
The
listen.
waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
I told Rose last week that she should change the bulb. This is what happens when you get sloppy.
Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring. I am so happy this could be arranged.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
I hadn't seen her leave, but the old lady was gone.
Arthur, you're not playing ever Alan Wake, lol, but you're proud of how good and awarded the game that they've made. Here you also appreciate aspects of your home country. It's funny to see, for example, in Alan Wake 2, there are top Finnish names in the actors. So you're from Finland, if anyone is wondering. That is so cool, Theory. And that actually brings me to a thought that I had when playing Alan Wake 2. But the thing about Alan Wake 2, and this isn't a spoiler, the thing about Alan Wake 2 is that it feels like they injected more of the Finnish culture and the Finnish way of approaching things and all that kind of stuff. Like if you look at Odin and Thor in this game, there's not really anything that suggests that they're Finnish, or that they have that ancestry. Whereas in Alan Wake 2, they really, really show that more. And that's something that I really liked, that I thought was really, really cool as well. And I think, too, when you think about the interpretation of certain things, right? So, for example, if you look at Japanese horror movies, right? And you look at Japanese, made horror games like Resident Evil, it's looking at a type of horror, looking at a type of place in the world, and giving your own sort of interpretation and slant on some of the things that you see, that you put in your own thing as well. And I think that's really cool because that can add a different aesthetic, So there's the familiar, so that people who I can't remember where Bright Falls is supposed to actually be set in terms of America and that kind of stuff. But if you were actually from a place like this, you would probably see things that you could go, that's very accurate. Or you might see things that aren't as accurate, and it might be because the people making the game or the movie are from a different country with a different perspective, so they're showing different sort of elements in a different sort of way as well. And I think they did that really, really well with Alan Wake 2.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge. I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman gets here, Rose. Oh, but I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe. Now this is what coffee should taste like.
Oh, Rusty, that's so sweet. I'll swing by with the fresh cup later on. Will you be staying in town for the Deer Fest, Mr. Wake? Bye, Mr. Wake.
The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me. The deer is dear to me.
I had the keys. Alice was outside. I didn't want to keep her waiting.
Oh, dear. That's not really our festival anthem.
Could have fooled me there.
I was so happy when I heard the tune for that singing in Alan Wake 2. I can't remember now in Alan Wake 2 where it actually happened, but I will be doing another playthrough of it. I'll be doing this game, the Signal and the Rider DLC. I'll be doing Alan Wake's American Nightmare. Then I'll be doing Control, and I'll be doing the 2 DLCs for that. And then I'll be doing Alan Wake 2, and playing through on New Game Plus as well. A theory, by the way, is that Drunk Man voice actor same guy who acted GTA Vice City Phil? Sounds very similar, and that coughing was the same as in GTA. That's actually a good question, theory. I've got the IMDb loaded up for this game, and I'll have a look at the actors for Odin and Tor. Uh-huh. Okay, so Odin and Tor. Alright, so Odin is the one with the eye patch, and Tor is the other brother with the bandana. And so the one with the bandana is voiced by Lloyd Floyd. And if I have a look at their credits, they've done a lot of video games. I'll just scroll down to the bottom. Alright, so they were in Manhunt as Skin. They were in Red Dead Revolver as Curly Shaw, a bandit, and Sandy Dodge. They were in the game Conflict Vietnam, just credited as a lieutenant. They were in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas as a pedestrian and DJ Hans Oberlander. They were in CT Special Forces Fire for Effect, a video game. They were credited as just enemy soldiers. They were in The Warriors, based on the movie. They played Diego and Cropsy. They were in Star Wars Empire at War as Luke Skywalker. They were in Bully, the game Bully, as Jury and Mr. O. They were in GTA Vice City Stories as Larry, Joe, Gordon, Moorhead, and Pablo. Neverwinter Nights 2 as Wolf Thug, Shadow Priest, and Bugbear. Star Wars Empire at War Forces of Corruption as Luke Skywalker. GTA 4 as Perseus Cashier, Young Gay Guy, and Mexican Janitor. In Zen Pinball as Luke Skywalker. Order Up as Marco Show, Sweet Tooth, and Russell Sprouts. Goosebumps Horrorland as additional voices. There's a lot, but yeah, they've been in GTA 4, The Lost and the Damned as Dick, Robot, and Intellectual Alien. Grand Theft Auto 4, The Ballad of Gay Tony as Master Hentai, Sword Boy, and Talking Plant. Star Wars Force Unleashed as Luke Skywalker. This game, Alan Wake as the Hitchhiker, Tor Anderson, and Walter Snyder, and a whole lot more. And there's his IMDb as well. That will have all his other roles and stuff like that on there. Hey there, Jeremy. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so very much for the Happy New Year wishes. So how do the games flow chronologically? That's actually a good question. If you're looking purely at Alan Wake stuff, it would go Alan Wake, and then American Nightmare is kind of like a spin-off set in its own kind of like quote-unquote world, so to speak. But it is part of the whole Alan Wake series, and then Alan Wake 2. But if you're talking like the Remedy universe, then it would probably go Alan Wake, and then it would go Alan Wake's American Nightmare, Control, and then Alan Wake 2. In terms of like chronologically speaking. However, you could also include Quantum Break. I think that is kind of like a maybe or might not be kind of thing. You fucking love the Warriors video game. You love the movie too. Never actually played it, Ryu. Yeah, never played the video game, but the movie was really cool. I really liked that movie. Our theory, Gary Busey actor was Phil Cassidy voice in GTA Vice City Stories, and that Gary sounds very same than the drunk NPC Alan Wake. GTA Vice City and VC Stories, both games. Yeah, Pat Main, who was the guy on the ferry, the radio DJ in this game, he's also in a GTA game. He's in the Battle of Gay Tony. He's one of the radio hosts.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Pat Main here on PBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Before turning the lights on, I'm going to go inside the cabin, because if you actually explore there first before turning the lights on, you can actually get some dialogue that you might miss otherwise. Because there comes a point where you can't go into that part of the cabin without triggering a cutscene.
Come on.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Sure thing. I'm on it. Hello? Anyone here? For a moment, the oppressive feel of the nightmare I had seen on the ferry returned. Damn.
Once you get the lights on,
I needed to get the power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island.
once you turn the light on, if you go in here, you can't trigger that dialogue and what we saw, because by that point, if you go into this room, it shows the cutscene where Alan gets angry at Alice for having the typewriter in the room to try and make him, or trying to get him to write.
The cabin looked like a time capsule from the 60s, or even earlier.
I didn't actually know that until I did my October playthrough of this game last year.
The water was clear but dark. It looked very deep.
Tech, what's the backlog for a streamer like you look like? I've seen you beat quite long games in a few hours. Yeah, it kind of depends. Like, sometimes you get through games quicker than you might other times, because there's a number of factors. One is the game itself, of course. but as a streamer too, taking time to respond to chat, and also if you want to point things out and stuff like that. And if you get raids as a streamer, and you obviously want to thank people for the raid and thank for the follows and all that kind of stuff, taking breaks. Sometimes a playthrough can take shorter than I expect, and if I have like a list of games that I want to do in a certain order, that kind of helps a bit, because then I know, okay, so once I finish this game, for example, I got Alan Wake's American Nightmare, but I'm always thinking, quite a few games ahead of myself as to what ones I want to do, but also trying to pick ones that match a certain theme maybe, or a category or a genre that I'm working on, or like an annual series. So when it comes to those sorts of games, it's much easier to organize. And also, there might be some games where you're like, oh, I've got enough time to get this game done in like a stream or two, so I'll bump this up ahead of the other games that I might want to stream, and then do that now. Like, for example, last year I did a playthrough of Stray, which only took me 3 streams, and so I was able to do that game in a short amount of time, and then, do other ones as well. And also Mirror's Edge, I was able to fit in a playthrough of that, because that's a shorter game and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, there's a lot of different franchises that I like to make sure I get the annual playthroughs of. This year, though, with the way that the schedule's going to work, is once it settles in, because at the moment I'm still doing some games that I started playthroughs of last year, but once that all settles down, what I'll be doing is a rotation system where basically Monday to Friday will be one game only, but on those days, if I finish the current game, I'll just start the next one I've got lined up. But weekends will eventually be Red Dead Redemption 2 for the whole year as well.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now, let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose, I
just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now, some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
Hello, Adrian. Funny how the life bar and radar are smaller in this version. Dev, should we redo the HUD elements in higher resolution? Nah, just shrink it. Just shrink it. Yeah. Zombie, you forget, did you mention to you that you recently got onto your first playthrough of AC Mirage already? I don't know if you did or not, Zomb, but how are you finding the game? What do you think of it so far? Adrian, the radio is a turn on for Alan? You don't think you'll want to know. Yeah, I guess some things are better left unwritten or unsaid. Tech, that sounds awesome. You've mentioned RDR1. Where is that on the list? So I do an annual playthrough of Red Dead 2 and Red Dead 1, but I play them in story order. So I do Red Dead 2 first because it's a prequel, and then I do Red Dead 1. So when I get to Red Dead 2, I'll be doing my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2, and then most likely I'll try and time it so that I can start my annual playthrough of Red Dead 1 in the cycle of Monday to Friday games, and then that way, if I finish Red Dead 2 annual playthrough on a Sunday, it means that on a Monday I can jump into Red Dead Redemption 1. But yeah, whenever I play Red Dead Redemption 1 now, I always play it after Red Dead 2 to play it in story order.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
The lights are on! Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here. Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public. The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
Adrian, some Xbox 360 games have really tiny HUDs in 4K on PC. They're going to be microscopic in 8K in a few years from now. Yeah, I guess in PC's case, they'll just have to, modders will just have to, fix that kind of thing. But it's like with the old school Tomb Raider games. Like I've seen people stream them, and the resolution they've chosen makes the health bar like really, really small as well. Oh, nice tech. That'll be cool. You make sure my Red Dead 1 VOD is on your YouTube list then. Excellent. That's great tech. Harbinger, you're already in the mood to play this again, but you're not good enough for Nightmare mode. Normal difficulty already had some frustrating moments. That's true. I don't blame you either, Harbinger. That's how I feel about the game. I can play the game and then, a week later play through it again if I wanted to. I won't be doing that because I've got so much stuff to cover this year already as a streamer and all that kind of stuff, but I definitely understand that feeling as well. And that's fair too, Harbinger. You don't want to burn yourself out and all that. Nightmare mode, it does amplify how annoying some moments can actually be, even on normal. But yeah, there's definitely some really interesting manuscript pages that you get if you play on Nightmare. Adrian, narrator Alan and Alice were not happy here. Well then. Yes, this is definitely not going to be like a, very, very happy time for them, unfortunately.
Alice? Honey? A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
Tech, as a general number, how large of a game list have you not played at all? Oh, I'd say there's probably like 10 to 15 games at least that I haven't played at all before. And that's a mix of old and, some newer games. But I definitely want to get to a lot of games this year. Some I, want to keep as like surprises and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a lot. Adrian, yesterday you learned HBO here in Poland always airs some special unannounced movie right after New Year's Eve midnight. They don't tell you what it is until it airs. So this year it was Borat 2, which is an Amazon Prime production. So yeah, one time only special airing. What a movie for them to pick as well. But that's cool that they do something like that. Zom, you're enjoying yourself on it more than the other RPG entries, though grandly you only have attempted Valhalla before when it comes to those. You're not all that great with the combat, but you settle for teaching a class in pyrotechnics. Yeah, they really do punish you for combat in Mirage, which is on purpose. But of the newer games, it still hasn't beaten Origins for me. Like, Mirage is good, I like it, but none of the games since Origins have reached the height, for me anyway, that Origins did. I just really enjoy Origins a lot. Harbinger, no manuscript page on the impression? You're disappointed. Not at the moment, no, Harbinger. Yeah, that's not actually currently active. But I'm playing on a save where I've already gotten some manuscript pages, so I could definitely instate that. Adrian, this year... Oh, I already read that, whoops. Tech, hearing you say a lot regarding 10 to 15 games, lol, your list seems hopeless. Well, you got to keep in mind, too, as well, like... There's no doubt there's games that I haven't played, but you'll never see me play, like Fortnite and PUBG and killing, Payday, and all those sorts of stuff. And then there's games that just aren't my genre. Like I'm not really big into real-time strategy games that much. So you won't see me play games like that. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of games I want to get to this year. A lot of marathons that I have in store.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone keeps...
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe...
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out. Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming! No! Alan! Help me! What the hell?
Alan! No!
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Keep going, Alan. Wake up.
Alice? Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot. Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either. The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there. Damn.
Adrian, wish there was a list of the previous New Year's Eve features somewhere, but you haven't found one yet. Oh, that's fair enough, Adrian. But yeah, that's a good idea, actually, for them to do that. Zom, for you, the best AC game made by Ubi is Black Flag. Best overall is Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, because I know in the past you've said that Ghost of Tsushima is an Assassin's Creed game that's not actually an Assassin's Creed game, but you still count it as part of the series or something. Adrian, lip sync is so much better in this version. The character's lips actually form consonants now. Nice. Text 8 with me, Alan. Let it out. I'm a dirtbag. Yeah, he definitely didn't handle that situation well. Adrian, that's what Emperor of Japan said after the two atom bombs in an announcement to the population. The war has developed not necessarily to Japan's advantage. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a dark moment in human history.
Hello?
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Adrian, aka, yeah, we're kind of screwed. We're surrendering. Yeah.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen,
Deposit.
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in
Nightfall.
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey.
Pleased
To meet you. Non-refundable
reservation
deposit required. Fair and square. Fair and
Where?
Carl Stuckey. Pleased
Where?
in Great Falls, you
Two lives?
You lose!
The deposit.
It's the latest thing!
Kill?
Two birds?
Incontestably
Proven! Health!
benefits.
The sights!
Keep those
Cholesterol levels!
down. Fall.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Adrian, he's about to cut your cholesterol levels in half and also your body at the same time. The man, the legend, Carl Stuckey. Oh, no Energizer. That's true. In the remaster version, they had to change certain product placements that were in the original. Ghost of Tsushima isn't an official AC game as it's made by Sucker Punch instead of Yubi, but the general gameplay is based on AC games, and like AC games, it's set during a historical time frame and uses a main character that's adept at combat and stealth, and it has a large open world. But overall, if you've played it, it becomes obvious that Sucker Punch beat Ubi at their own game. Undoubtedly, that's the thing about making your own game after another one, is you can look at the pros and cons of their game and think, okay, what are the things that we want to do as well, but what are some of the things that we could either do better than what they've done? What are the things that they didn't do too well with that we could actually improve? And what are things that they did that we feel that we shouldn't even bother with at all, because they're not going to be good things and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I haven't actually played that game yet, but I will be this year sometime.
During your trying walking, it's the latest thing. Incontestably proven health benefits. Let you kill two birds with one stone. You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels down at the same time.
Yes.
Bright Falls Sheriff's Station. How may I...
Hello? Hello? This is bad. The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Brutus, it finally just hit midnight where you are. Oh, hell yeah, Brutus. Happy New Year to you, Brutus. I really hope that you have a great 2024. Thank you so very much for spending the New Year's Eve and New Year, start of the New Year, with the stream. I really appreciate it. Hey there, Gallanth. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for the New Year wishes. You're going to go to bed now? Good night. Absolutely no trouble at all, Gallanth. I hope you have a great rest. Thank you so much for saying hello, and Happy New Year. Hope you have a good one. It also helps that Tsushima is a passion project to the degree that Sucker Punch actually got permission from the estate of Akira Kurosawa to use his name for the black and white with subs gameplay mode, for instance, and also after 6 years of development, the base game released a perfect game, but they strive to make it more than perfect via the director's cut. Yeah, that was really cool that they got that permission. I haven't really seen any of his movies, but I am aware of some of the movies and, you know, some that had inspired other filmmakers and stuff, but it is cool that they have that mode for that game. I won't do that as part of the first playthrough, but if I do end up enjoying it, and my instincts are telling me that I will, then most likely I would do that as a follow-up playthrough at a later date, would be the Akira Kurosawa mode.
The Dark Forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
Duck season.
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water. Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Hazardous occupation.
Talking at the start of the stream about the differences between this game and Alan Wake 2 when it comes to using the torch. Just to do a quick overview of that. In Alan Wake 1, if you simply shine your light on an enemy, the darkness shield will actually be affected slowly, but it'll still be affected, which means you can use that time to allow the actual battery for your flashlight, after having boosted it for a while, to actually recharge. So you're still able to make progress on the enemy's darkness shield. However, in the sequel, the boost actually works like a gunshot, in the sense that once you use the boost, Alan will have another boost left, and then you do another boost, boom, another boost, boom, and then he'll reload the flashlight automatically, and you can't cancel the animation for it, which means you can be attacked in the middle of changing the battery of the flashlight, and that's very annoying. Whereas in Alan Wake 1, even though you do use your battery faster by boosting, if you do a combo of boosting but also just shining the light on the enemy, you can still conserve your battery in this. So you yourself have more actual control over how much you use versus the wait time before reloading and all that kind of stuff. So you can then only, have to reload your battery when you really, 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 really need to. But in the sequel, you can't do this, then stop, and then still shine the light on the enemy and have it have an effect while you wait for the recharge and stuff like that. So that's a advantage that you have in this game that you don't have in the sequel.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way. The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is third. Salad, no. A man like me needs a hefty meal. That's for the day. We enjoy the magnificent.
For this playthrough, I'm not going to watch all the Night Springs episodes, but I always like to watch this one because it's a good example of a Night Springs episode, so that people who haven't played the game yet and are watching this stream might, based on this Night Springs episode, think, oh, that'd be pretty cool to find them all. This is my favorite one still, even though it's the first one, and it's got a great little story to it. So we're going to watch this one, but then I'll move on and continue.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Harbinger, this is a funny episode. You're still pissed off you missed one episode and one radio for the achievements. Do you know which one it might have been that you missed? Because if so, you can go into your chapter replay to find it. So there we go. That is an episode of Night Springs. And that particular episode, what I like about it is that you have this scientist who comes up with something that is a really cool invention when you think about it. But he also makes it something that requires to be plugged in. And in a scenario like that, where you have technology that is very advanced, you would think that knowing that you've got to plug it into an electrical source, you would then think, okay, what do I need to do to make sure that no one accidentally trips on it and knocks it out? Someone doesn't get access to it and unplug the machine on purpose. But this scientist, of course, doesn't think about those things. And so it doesn't enter his realm of possibility that someone might accidentally trip on the power cord or notice it or knock it out or kick it or whatever accidentally. And so in his anger at being questioned over whether or not, he's sane or not, he doesn't think about these things. And there, of course, is where his folly lies, because he then shoots the gun, and because it's unplugged, it means that he will kill himself. And so the moral of this story is that no matter how smart you think you are, always double check and triple check everything, and don't be reckless in your responses to people, because in your recklessness you might end up hurting yourself or worse, or hurting others or worse as well. But yeah, I really like that episode of Night Springs with that doctor, that scientist. This was the reality where he actually got killed. No, I don't want to pick up the manuscript page. And it would also help if I actually press the switch. There we go. Got distracted by myself by what I was talking about, and I completely forgot to press that button.
As you might think, it can be dangerous. It requires patience. Even with the engine takes hours to cool. Having tools isn't easy and fatal. Mistake don't make. Count the tools before and after. Misplaced tool forgotten inside the engine has destroyed more than one car! The job
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights of the gas station alive. I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her, I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Losing our minds. Losing our minds. Losing our minds. That reminds me, Evil Within will be celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, so I'll be doing something special for that at some point.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is all right.
Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Harbinger, you can't believe you used to hate Alan's monologues. Oh, did you? Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah, I guess sometimes when a character is just constantly talking about stuff, especially some things that people might seem to, feel is obvious, it might be annoying.
Previously on Alan Wake, I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Yes, and coffee is delicious. I don't blame you, Harbinger. That's actually a pretty cool episode. And I remember it was the episode 2 when I first played it where it started to make me question certain things as well. So I think it's very smartly done, that episode.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Plus, Emerson is one of my favorite characters in that episode that you meet. Scary, scary.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay.
What I want to do is play some manuscript pages, and in part this is to honor James McCaffrey, who unfortunately passed away recently. And in this game he plays Thomas Zane, but he also does the voice for Alex Casey, which is a character that Alan Wake has written. And these 2 manuscript pages are from the novel that Alan had written called The Sudden Stop.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Hey there, Tylian. Good morning to you as well, and also Happy New Year's. Thank you so much, very much for the New Year's wishes. I hope you have a great New Year, Tylian. Hope it's off to a great start. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
What's interesting, in Alan Wake 2, in the police station, there is an extra added morgue to the station that's not in this first game. And in universe, because 13 years have passed since Alan Wake 1, the events of it as well, in Alan Wake 2, they've remodeled and added new things. And so that was a clever way to add new additional things to locations from this first game in the sequel due to the passage of time. And as we know in real life, buildings can get things added to them, and 13 years is a very long time for new things to be built and new additions to be made to buildings and all that kind of stuff. Tylin, you were at work when the clock struck midnight, but it was fine. You're home now with 3 days off, well, nights off. Hope you've had a good one so far. Always nice to spend any day with Mr. Wake. Well, as long as you're having a great start to your new year, Tylin. But yeah, being at work when the clock strikes midnight, like, I imagine there wouldn't have been too much time for celebration while still at work for that. But that's cool that you got the nights off, 3 in a row. And I've had a good one so far, Tyler. It's been really good. And absolutely, I always love replaying this game. And it's always tradition for the start of a new year for me to do a playthrough of it as the first playthrough. So it's always good to revisit for that occasion as well. Because it was one of the first games I ever streamed in 2016 when I first started the channel. It was this game, the original version, of course, and Dead Rising.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up. You can get to the back lot through that door and down the corridor, Mr. Wake.
Thanks.
Hey! Hey! I need more light in here. God damn it, more lights. I don't like the goddamn shadows in here. Hey! God damn it, I don't want to be alone in here. Hey!
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the brake float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. James out.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? The deputies, they don't understand. They won't listen to me. I need it to be bright in here. Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're all right. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong, see? Sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay, listen, you gotta listen carefully now. Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
There's a goddamn space alien.
Oh, why'd you do that for? You're with them, aren't you? You're those space aliens. You think you got me right where you want? Will you just wait? You just wait. I told him, oh yeah, well, I don't hear where on your feet.
We're on your feet. Chicago. Tylen, great choice of games. It's crazy that this year starts with Alan Wake 2 being playable. It really does, you know. It's one of those things where you wait so long for a sequel to come out, and when it finally does, all those years, 13 years in the case of Alan Wake 2, you think to yourself, for 13 years, people have been waiting for a follow-up, and then when it arrives, it's like all of that 13-year wait just seems like it, you know, like, of course it doesn't matter anymore because you now have the sequel finally as well. And it was good timing too. I like how it came out in October. I was a bit worried because I thought that maybe it might have to be postponed until, you know, after October, but it was so good to be able to fit it into the October horror schedule last year. Hey, Alameos, are you awake enough? I don't know. I might need some more coffee. There's plenty of coffee thermoses around in this game, so... How are you going, Alameos? Welcome on in. And here we have Walter. I love the dialogue that he has, especially about the goddamn space alien. And you can mess with him by turning the lights back off. Get some extra dialogue and stuff.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Oh, really, Alameos? Influenza A is wiping out your entire country? Oh, no. I'm so very sorry to hear about that, Alameos. That really sucks that you're sick as well. I hope that you and others who are infected with the influenza A
told me to find a hole in
end
the
up
fence
getting
the
really,
station.
really better soon.
There was something for me
as
in
well.
an abandoned car. Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Alameos, this is bullshit, a ruined party. You spent nearly 150 euros in food and drinks and cat. Can't ever celebrate it with family. That's the other thing too, Alameos. When things like that happen and it prevents you from being able to do the things that you want to do and have plans to do, and ruining things like that, it's just an extra layer on top of something that's already, you know, bad enough, without having the extra on top of not being able to do certain things. And that's definitely not a low amount of money to have to spend on things either, as well.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Do you
and
understand
everything's just...
what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong. It's a good story. Could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
All right, wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know, I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Achoo! Achoo! Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again. Achoo!
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission. You want to know where you can shove that flashlight?
Lock the door when I leave.
Yeah, you go ahead and do what you have to do. I'll be fine. Alone, but fine. In a cabin straight from a horror movie. Watch where you point that thing, Al. Stop it, Al! Stop it! You're giving me a migraine, Al. You know I'm useless with a migraine.
What was that, Barry? Sorry. You want me to shine the light in your face even more? Oh, okay, I can do that. Yeah, it's like, bless you, Barry. Good one, Alamaos. That works. That's for sure. Bless you, Barry. For those interested, there's actually a live-action short that is called Bright Falls. It came out around the same time that the original version of Alan Wake came out. And it's kind of like a prequel to this story, and it covers a new character and some other new characters, but also characters that actually show up in the game as well. So there's a link to the full version of that. Someone did a 4K upscale of it on YouTube, and so that's the probably the best quality one that I can find, at least, of that, because it did come out around 2010.
Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back. Or until I get eaten by a grue. I didn't realize we were back in the 3rd grade here.
Just some extra dialogue that you can trigger by messing with the lights.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Exactly, LMAOs. Just keep Barry in the dark there. Just keep the lights off. He'll be fine.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
LMS, no demon will want to kill him. Oh no. The power of Barry Wheeler is very understated and very underrated.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury. Rusty? Damn.
Rusty, hang on!
Oh, God.
I'm coming!
Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone! Please help!
Hello?
Back here. I'm back here. Hey, please help me. Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. Shh. Good boy. The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty! Rusty!
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
I just need hunting licenses.
Harbinger, love the whole mystery, how the plot gets revealed step by step. I did as well. You know, it's almost like you're playing a novel, but as a video game instead. Like you'd be reading through the story and there'd be revelations that get revealed as you read through. And as you turn the pages, you know, you finish one chapter and you're like, holy shit, I wonder what's going to happen next. Also has that feel to it as well. But if you get invested in the story, you're like, okay, so what happens next? You know, what are these questions going to be answered and all this kind of stuff?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing! For those visitors who purchase a park fishing license, obey
the park ranger's instructions
at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no!
Never.
Don't approach closer than 100 yards.
Two bears and wolves never approach any other closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed.
At all times.
Never leave your
And unattended.
It is to remove any
natural objects
or historical artifacts from the park. This includes even or even simple berries.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Al, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Sometimes you have to go out of your way to get those caches, but they can have some good things inside them. There's also some that are actually going to have ambushes by enemies as well too. Some of them later on. The dodge mechanic in this can be hit or miss. It doesn't always work in the way where you actually do the slow motion thing either, and sometimes you might be in the middle of sprinting when you're being attacked by an enemy, and naturally you're also using the control stick to move the character while sprinting, and the buttons that you need to use to do the dodge are actually the sprint button and the movement at the same time. So sometimes it can work where you can be sprinting and running and then let go of the control stick and then move while still holding down the sprint button, and Alan will do the dodge. Sometimes it doesn't work, and sometimes the timing can be off. You might be able to dodge one attack, but then another enemy's behind you already attacking you with a different kind of attack, and you don't have enough time to dodge both.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
Hey there, Senny. Good day to you as well, dude. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you and Levy. I hope that everything's going well. I hope you're off to a great start for 2024. Thank you so much for a great year last year. Muchly appreciated all the support. I hope that things are going well. And I'm doing good, Crooked. I'm doing really, really good. Thanks, dude. And definitely a great game choice to start for 2024. Always love to start a new year with a playthrough of Alan Wake. And it's one of those games that I never get tired of replaying as well.
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Pull him off, damn it! Just a little longer. Scare him off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it. Yeah! That's right! That's right! You just keep coming!
Friggin' moth
Feeling better now, Wake. All cozy and safe.
blocked me from moving up the stairs straight away. Crooked cheers, dude. Livy's still sleeping, but you have a feeling she's going to rise soon. Been a long night. Kinda had to wait until the teenagers stopped blasting the entire neighborhood with fireworks before you could take Nalu out, lol. I don't blame you, dude, for waiting. Because, yeah, dogs and, you know, other animals definitely don't like the fireworks. And, not taking Nalu out during that is definitely a great idea. And that's no worries at all for the 2023. Absolutely no worries at all, Senny. And I hope that you had a good rest.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her and I'll...
You're gonna give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry!
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the heaviest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Thor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths. Coming back. Thanks for redeeming that impression with the manuscript page description. Thank you, Harbinger. I did, yeah. Yeah, I re-added that. Well, not that specific one that, pardon me, that you just redeemed, but taking one of the manuscript pages that is in this game and then doing it with the Arnie impression. Hey there, Rosie. Happy New Year to you. This voice is so good. Yeah, Matthew Peretta is really good. He's also great in Control as Dr. Darling. There's a link to his IMDb. I'm so glad that he reprised the role for Alan Wake 2, and that he's reprised the role in every single thing that Remedy has done related to Alan Wake. It's always good when an actor does that, you know, because some actors either can't for scheduling or they just, you know, want to do new things. So it's cool that Matthew Peretta and Ilka Villi have also reprised the role multiple times. Rosie, yeah, you saw them at the Game Awards. Was like the best thing they showed. Oh, cool. That's really, really good. I'm glad that Alan Wake 2 won some things at the Game Awards. Ah, yes, the bear traps. Totally didn't step on them thinking they were items. Oh no, dude. Yeah, seeing shiny things in a game and being like, oh, cool, collectible. And then the game is like, haha, you fell for the trap. Literally. Rosie, they were the live musical act. Oh, nice. That's cool. And speaking of the music in this game, like, and a lot of their games too, like Patria Lanco, who did the music for this game and Control, and also for Alan Wake 2 as well, does such a great job. The band Poets of the Fall, who play Gods of Asgard when they're singing, and even in live action sequences, you know, actually playing the band members in their youth. I think that was really, really cool idea.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Rosie, the solution was clear. I would build an LED suit and defeat the entity with weaponized drip. Yeah. There's a prototype thing, if you will, of that kind of stuff when Barry later on has the headlight, like the headlamp, wrapped around his forehead and the Christmas tree lights all around his body. My flaming eye of Mordor. How's that for the first death of the playthrough? It's kind of fitting though, because there's a lot of moments where Alan just falls off of things or trips over. I thought I could just walk off the edge and then land on the lift as it was going up. Rosie, oh, they thought of that, did they? Yeah. I guess Barry didn't promote the idea well to Alan. Well, he kind of comes up with it later on. And by the time Alan sees him again, he's already wearing it. Because they were separated. And they've been reunited. And then Alan sees what Barry's wearing, that he scrounged up.
Beware of Widowmakers. Is a hazardous occupation.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
To quote the original version of Albert Wesker in the original Resident Evil. No! Don't open that door!
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
You can learn about nature and yourself.
Rosie, was Alan based on Ilkavilli from the start? That's true, yeah. So the collaboration was Ilkavilli would do the live action parts of the game, and then Matthew Peretta would dub over the live action footage of Alan, and also do the voice for the character in the gameplay as well. For the original version, the face model of Alan, the in-game character model, was actually completely different to Ilkavilli's face. But for this remaster in 2021, they actually replaced the original character model's face with Ilkavilli's likeness. And that's what you get in this remaster as well. Ilkavilli can speak English. Like, if you watch interviews with him, he can speak English fine. But they continued collaborating in that way by having him do the physical performance of Alan and have Matthew continue to do the voice work for Alan as well.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Rosie, you assume he has a Finnish accent, which are famously hilarious. Yeah, that's something I've never quite gotten myself. There's not really any accents I would say I find funny. Only if they're doing something, only if they're saying something that's funny. You know what I mean? Like, but just hearing someone's accent won't make me laugh or something. But if they say something that's funny, then I'll still...
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Sometimes what can add to the humor is the accent of the person telling the joke as well. But for me personally, like I never sort of like, laugh out of, oh, that accent in and of itself, irrespective of what's being said, is funny. But there's some jokes that actually work really well, and some words have a certain ring to them with a certain accent that really makes them effective
Barry
as well.
talked about birds over the phone.
Hey, Ambivalent. Thank you so much for the lurking. How's the remaster worth purchasing again for the frame rate, etc.? Well, the remaster does improve certain things. It's probably not as massive of a leap as you would expect for a remaster. Like it's not a remake, which you would expect even more of a leap with a remake, because you're basically starting again from scratch and reinterpreting things and all that kind of stuff. But as a remaster, I think it's pretty decent. I like that they replaced the face of the in-game character model to Ilka Villi's face, who actually plays Alan, the physical part of the performance in live action. So I thought that was cool that they did that. I didn't have any issues with the original in-game character face model or anything like that, but it is nice to keep that consistency with the remaster. In terms of like frame rate and stuff, I have seen some cutscenes that seem to be suffering from some kind of like frame rate stuttering, but I don't know what that might have actually happened. I don't know what has actually made that happen, sorry, as well. But yeah, I'd probably buy it on sale, I would say. I mean, I bought it at launch, the remaster, but since it's been out for a while now, 2021 was when it came out, it's probably best to wait till you get it on a sale. Oh, I see, Rosie. I gotcha. Yeah. Well, that's fair enough.
Al! Al, I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
You lose all the ammo at the end of this, so it doesn't matter if you waste it. Hey Percenter, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for the New Year wishes, Percenter. I hope it's going well for you. Ambivalent, yeah, you've seen it for like $15 Australian. Oh yeah, if I was to buy the game now, the remastered version, I definitely would buy it at like $15 for sure.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Good girl.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. I love how creepy that is. Harbinger, somebody asked for a flare. Here, have 15 flares. Here, Barry. You love having light shine in your face? Here's 15 flares at your feet, all piled around you. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. And pin that to the top of chat. I'll be back in 10 minutes to continue the playthrough. Alrighty then, back from my break. Percenter, it's back to 5-day working weeks now after a few months of regular 3 to 4 day weekends. You had loads of holiday owing. Well, that's good that you're able to collect on that, Percenter. That would have been really good to get that as well. And hopefully you have a great working year this year as well. Hey there, Hipsuit. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so very much for those wishes. I hope you've had a great start to yours. Hipsuit, and a better one at that. Absolutely, that's for sure. 100%. Hope the same for you as well, Hipsuit. We just finished the first 2 episodes of the main story, and the next episode, like the previous one, will actually start with a recap for what's happened in the story so far.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Ambivalent? Of course I'm a writer. Didn't you see my elbow pads? Exactly ambivalent. He should have known straight away,
I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
looking at the tweed jacket that he's wearing and the elbow pads. You right there, Barry? He doesn't know which way to go or where to stand.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag. Comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
If you wait too long, Randolph can actually get angry at you and be like, "Come on, mister, I don't have all day," or something to that effect.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
And here we have Rose's shrine to Alan.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. I deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane!
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him. Get after him. Don't let him get away. Move it. Move it. Move it. Let him get away.
Stop running! We have the suspect in sight!
Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Oh, damn.
Man out! Right! He's up there! Get away! Die! I'm up! God damn it! Where did he go? That's away! Keep an eye out! He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
Come in, Agent Nightingale. This is Sheriff Breaker. Over.
Nightingale, over.
What on earth is going on? My deputies tell me you fired at Wake, and he didn't have a gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time for this.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
You stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm
with from the trailer park. All units are advised that the suspect may be armed. Approach with caution. James out. Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
In October last year, I did a really in-depth playthrough to the point where I was trying to trigger as much dialogue by doing the wrong thing as possible, including backtracking all the way to previous points just in case there was any more dialogue from Alan saying various kinds of things. Also, like hanging back and listening to conversations between characters and all that kind of stuff. I'm not doing it to that extent in this playthrough, but given that I'm going to be playing other Alan Wake universe stuff after this playthrough of Alan Wake's finished, I wanted to cover some extra stuff. And some of that is the dialogues with the detectives and that with the police cars and stuff. There's a lot of dialogue that you can pick up that will only trigger if you wait. There's also some dialogue in locations that will only trigger if you make sure you don't do something else first before going there. Like at the start of the game, if you go inside the cabin before turning the power on, there's actually some things that you can experience that you won't get to once you've already turned the power on.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well...
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
How can I be sure?
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous
writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. It looks like Mr. Wake is going to need a moment before we can talk, so let me give you a little background while he prepares himself. You've all heard the name, of course. Alan Wake is the author of a very successful series of Alex Casey crime novels. He's changed gears, though. He's now working on a horror story. Now, you probably know that Mr. Wake is a somewhat controversial figure. He had a few ugly encounters with the paparazzi in recent years, although, speaking for myself, it's hard to blame him for that. Regular listeners will remember that I met him on the ferry last week. He's avoided the spotlight pretty well, but here he is, taking some time out of his vacation to talk to us.
How can I be sure?
Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Oh my god. So number one, the command that I put in is not the one that I was thinking of. So maybe it's falls. No. I have to look up what it is that I was trying to actually get the command. But the reason I threw the flashbang grenade is because I was putting the PlayStation controller on my left knee, and as I did so, the controller passed by the table that I've got my laptop on, and the button that throws the flash grenade is the button that hit the table as I was doing that. The actual command that I wanted, which I'd been forgetting to use actually before, is related to every time Alan actually falls in the game. Fell. That's the command instead. Fell. There we go. And that's the free follower emote version, which I don't have active. Let's see. Fell. Just changed that. Hello there, Godfather Al. Happy New Year to you. Welcome on in. Don Legion. Nice one. Hope it's going well.
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. There was no sensible reason for the power company workloads to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. It keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell? As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
One of the cool things about this game is that if you're wanting to be a writer, especially if you want to write, horror or thriller stuff, this is a good game to actually explore the story of, because a lot of the things that Alan is actually saying about the story that he's writing is actually things that would probably help a lot. Just even the concept of thinking of your characters in your story as characters that at any moment could get killed by something. And it might not even be the actual direct threat itself either. They might accidentally fall over and fall into something that will put them in a situation. And so you can use those kinds of aspects to be like, what if I make my character almost get killed here because they didn't tie their shoelaces up? Something simple like that even.
Did you call 911?
Fortnite Guy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Twitch.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Indeed, Harbinger. Detroit Become Tractor. And I definitely want to do another playthrough of Detroit Become Human as well.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity. I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
I've been missing the manuscript pages and coffee thermoses on purpose. I do want to do a playthrough where I actually cover getting all the coffee thermos, but I might leave that until October this year, or at some other point maybe I might slot it into the schedule. But for this playthrough, just worried about trying to catch any extra dialogue that we can get from hanging back a little bit longer with people.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Thank you for redeeming that, Harbinger.
Children of the Elder God lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard. The first verse and chorus. Warriors, torchbearers, come redeem our dreams. Shine a light upon this night of otherworldly fiends. Odin's might be your guide, divorce you from the sane. Hammer's way will have its say, rise up in their name. O memory and thought, jet black and clawed, children of the Elder God, scourge of light upon the dark.
Children of the Elder God, lyrics by Old Gods of Asgard. The first verse and chorus. Warriors, torchbearers, come redeem our dreams. Shine a light upon this night of otherworldly fiends. Odin's might be your guide, divorce you from the sane. Hammer's way will have its say, rise up in their name. O memory and thought, jet black and clawed, children of the Elder God, scourge of light upon the dark. There we go, Harbinger. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie Wake manuscript. Redemption. Harbinger, didn't think you have ever heard Arnold singing. I don't think I have myself either. So I didn't really have any sort of like point of reference of something that he has sung to be able to kind of like, you know, imitate his singing voice. But yeah, it was quite weird to try and sing and do his impression at the same time. Because one part of my brain is trying to keep track of whether or not I'm actually even doing the impression itself, and then the other part of my brain is trying to keep it intact in terms of like the singing part of it. Plus also another part of my brain is trying to concentrate on the actual text that I'm reading all at the same time.
The hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Your lunchbox.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Ahoy there, Sheila. Welcome on in. Happy New Year to you. I hope things are going good. As for me, Sheila, things are going really well. Starting off the new year with one of my favourite games of all time. As is tradition for the channel, at the start of a new year, I like to make Alan Wake my first playthrough of that year. Thanks for the Happy New Year wishes, Sheila. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Sheila, one of the reasons I made it a tradition is because Alan Wake was one of the first games I actually streamed. In 2016, when I became a Twitch streamer, it was that game, the original version, of course, because this remaster came out in 2021. But the other game that was one of the first that I streamed was Dead Rising as well. And so I decided that I would make Alan Wake the traditional first start of a new year playthrough for the channel. And I hope you get to play it at some point in the future, Sheila. It'd be interesting to see what you think about the game.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk. The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
The Dark Presence is practicing unsafe practices because it never yells timber before knocking these trees over.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up. Birds.
Ambivalent, like you said earlier, for a concept that's been used a lot, Alan Wake really does a great job of implementing aspects of what a writer goes through in their career into the existential crisis storytelling. That's true. And there's all sorts of themes as well with this game, and Alan as a writer, and the idea that when someone's being creative, they're not just completely tapping into external things that they have come across and that they've experienced, or that they've seen others experience. There's also something from inside of them that can come through in the work. And sometimes it's an aspect of themselves that they use as inspiration for their characters. And then it's sometimes someone that they met a long time ago, and they base their characters that they're writing on that person. And Alan is a writer that has a lot of anger issues, and when he's actually, when you consider what type of fiction he was writing, the action, crime sort of genre, that's something that, includes a lot of violence and stuff like that. So in a way, that's kind of like a vehicle for him to put his anger and frustration into his writing. And of course, the problem with that kind of thing for Alan in this scenario, where his writing is actually coming true, is that those things which would otherwise just be in a story that doesn't affect anything in real life, it's different. And so he has to be very careful what he's actually coming up with and writing. Hey there, Snakes. Good morning to you. Happy New Year as well. I hope you have a great start to your 2024 and that you have a great year. Welcome on in. Thank you very much, Snakes. Really appreciate that. Oh, you are? Oh, nice. Excellent. That's really cool. Great minds think alike. What part are you up to at the moment? This one, I'm up to part, well, chapter 3, I should say. Part 3, chapter 3, episode 3, mission 3, whatever you want to call it. Oh, you're playing the second Alan Wake game. Oh, I gotcha. I thought you meant this game as well. Well, that's good. Just a heads up, I won't be talking about spoilers for Alan Wake 2 in this playthrough.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Alice? Alice?
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
That's an example of some extra things that can happen if you go this way. Plus, there's also a manuscript page that way as well. Tarlin, you're actually playing Alan Wake 2 as well. You too are playing Alan Wake 2. That's fair enough, Snakes. But yeah, I would like to avoid talking about spoilers for Alan Wake 2 while playing this game. I'm going to make it a different story when I'm playing Alan Wake 2 again. Well, to a certain extent.
All accidents could be prevented.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that. Great. Another cable car. Just great.
Harbinger, apparently your laptop can run Alan Wake 2 a bit choppy. Finding the money to buy it, however, is a different story. Yeah. Just watching benchmarks. That's fair enough. Yeah, having to take that consideration. Definitely understandable.
Shit.
Snakes, do I play it on resolution or performance mode? I can't really remember actually what I played it with active. Whatever the default was, I think I kept. Tech, is it just the no commentary for Red Dead 1 on YouTube? It is at the moment. I wouldn't even recommend really worrying about that because the audio issues that I thought I was bypassing by not even having my headset plugged into the controller while playing actually were still happening. So that game will have the stuttering audio issue from start to finish. At least I'm assuming it'll be from start to finish because I did actually have a listen to it. So I'll have to actually...
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
I should actually unpublish that. And then that way I can have my annual 2024...
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Playthrough on there, and then I can just...
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
have a better version.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you're lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah. I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message. Loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good.
Tech, you see, you missed the stream for that. You really wanted to listen to you play it, one of your favorites. Yeah, the audio issue that was happening is something that is internal to the Xbox's streaming software, and it has a stuttering audio on every single Xbox game. Doesn't matter what generation console it is. And at the time, I thought that the reason it was happening was because my headset being plugged into the controller was causing the issue. But even when I actually unplugged it, when I listened back on Red Dead Redemption, it was like, oh, the stuttering was still happening, which is very, very annoying. And so when I stream it next time, it'll be doing the Xbox 360 version, but I'll be using the Xbox app that I used to stream the Splinter Cell games I did last year, because it bypasses the internal Xbox streaming software. And so the static and the stuttering issues don't happen anymore because I'm playing it through the Xbox app. So in 2023, unfortunately, that was one of the Xbox games that suffered. Same with Red Dead Redemption 2, I think it was. I had to actually get the PlayStation version after that happened. But yeah, when I do my annual 2024 playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 1, it'll be a better version than that one. Yeah, Harbinger. Punch, punch, punch. Alan Wake's Punch-Out. That could be what you could make a game with and have Hartman as one of the characters that you punch.
This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan. Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Beyond the shadow you settle for is a miracle illuminated. Thomas Zane, in the memory of a dear friend and a poet.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm
obviously
the one
loved
trying
his
to
own
bring you
voice.
out of the
His
world
words
you've
echoed
constructed
madly
for
inside
yourself.
my head.
But
I
can't
dug my
do
nails
it
into
by
the palms of my
myself.
hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery. Come along. Let's go inside. Now, here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video games.
Ooh, yeah.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve some small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
Alan, please, this way.
No snakes, no.
Now, you might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Thor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark.
Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny.
Yeah!
Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Zane! You're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, you got any booze on you?
Yeah, no. Sorry,
we have
guys.
a stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up. Makes you remember like moonbeams on the brain.
Oh, I just noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch.
She used us all. Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch.
And my ravens. What were they? Memory and thought, the hag.
She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does.
We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, haga.
Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake.
Yeah, that's the one. She makes sure it comes out twisted and wrong. Just ask the lamp lady. She knows what happened to that other rider.
She's been using you, boy, and you let her. You went and opened the door for her, didn't you?
Now, it was already open a crack. And whose fault is that? We're morally corrupt, disease-ridden, old and stupid.
Doesn't mean he had to open it all the way, goddammit.
So tired. Built the farm close to the lake. A place of power.
We had parties there, man. You should go there and have a party.
That Bob Balder threw the amp through the window. Hit that hippie chick in the back of the head. 15 stitches and a concussion. Bob's dead now. Leukemia.
Stitches, snitches, and narcs, man. Pff, bad scene.
I am tired, man. So tired.
I want to go home.
I'm a bad dream, and you can't wake up. You can't hurt a nightmare because all dreams are only imagination. They're only in your head, and they're not there when you wake up. So you can't wake up because I'm in charge now, and I don't want to disappear. My nightmare is the publisher people who want to make a contribution so they can say they made a contribution, and then we end up with mullets in there because they think mullets are funny, but it wasn't supposed to be about mullets, and now it's about mullets. And when it's in slow motion, they call it mullet time because the numbers came back from marketing that mullet time is the hook we needed to go big in the target demographic. And they're not even kidding. They say it all like serial killers with straight faces and smiles. My nightmare is the writers who want to make everything from the characters to the toasters talk all the time and express their feelings so they won't shut up. And the writers won't shut up either because they have feelings too. And I have to listen to them because they're not scared of me. And everyone should just shut up. Shut up. Shut up. But I don't see nightmares anymore because I'm too scary for them. I take 2 pills every morning and 1 with every meal and 4 when I go to bed. And that makes me the scariest nightmare of all.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody calm down. Put that down. Bert, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Where the hell did he get a damn hammer?
I don't know.
Here's a friendly poke from Mjolnir, wench. Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now, are we? Well, things are unraveling fast, aren't they? Ha ha! Nah!
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. And if she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key to the office from Sinclair. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Music, Birch! It's time to pay the piper!
Maybe you could come out and beat our wrinkled adult diapered asses for us, since you're so tough, Birch.
We were on the road, man! You think we haven't seen punks like you before? Mortal knave! Yeah, you better hide, Birch. My wrath will break you.
He's probably kidding, Birch. He's got a great sense of humor. Just ask Sinclair.
Oh. Children of the Elder God, scourge your light upon the dark.
Wow, wow, wow! I wish I had my axe.
Oh, memory and thought, get black and clawed!
Indeed, Crooked. It's gotta be. Place of power, it's gotta be. Yeah, Reginald, bitch. It'd be so funny to actually have a version of that game where that's actually what they say instead of Birch. Reginald, bitch. Here's Emerson's room. There's a poster for Remedy's first game, I believe. It's their first game, called Death Rally. There's the console, which still looks a bit like an Xbox, because the original version was only on PC and Xbox, it wasn't on PlayStation. So when they did the remaster version, they made it multi-platform because they had the full rights back from Microsoft, so they could do it multi-platform. And so they had to change things slightly in certain areas. So this video game case for Night Springs had to be changed as well. Originally, it's an Xbox 360 game cover and case.
The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made at the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
This is something you can actually bypass. You don't have to play the tape, you can just go straight to where Barry's being held captive. But if you play the tape, you get some important story information with the first recording. But then after that, there's 2 other recordings you can listen to as well. So I'm going to cover all 3.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wake. What would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems, always going on about something else. I'm so
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Ambivalent, you've got the collector edition, which is designed to look like a book. Yeah, I got that version as well, Ambivalent. I like how they did that, and you get like the Alan Wake files as like a book that you can read, and it's got different things in it. It's even got Alan's actual first short story that he wrote, and it's got a lot of other really cool information in it. I think it was quite cool to do something like that for it. Crooked, you're currently installing some mods for Guitar Hero, and a lot of those include characters like Altair, Ezio, Batman, Joker, Garfield, Mario, Homer, John Cena, etc. The amount of models the community created is insane. But wouldn't the easiest one to do out of those be John Cena? You don't need a character model at all. But that's so cool. There's even Wrench as well. Holy shit. That's cool. Oh man, that's going to be so fun. Hey there, Chris. Alan's face finally looks like a human's face. You know, I never actually had any problems with the original character model's face. Sure, it didn't look like Ilkavilli, who plays Alan physically in the live-action parts, but I don't know, I didn't mind it. Having said that, though, I am glad that they actually changed the character model's face for the remaster, though. Crooked? Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But that is so cool. I didn't realize there was mods like that for that game. Chris, it was dead and Alice looked creepy. Yeah. Yeah, I guess the faces of in-game character models have changed a lot since 2010. Hey there, Theory of Cake. I hope things are going well. Happy New Year to you.
Rudolph Lane's case is interesting. He was completely blocked, and frankly, I was about to discard him as useless. However, once Wake arrived and started writing, something changed in Rudolph. He's producing extraordinary work, increasingly dark pieces. Unfortunately, he doesn't respond to direction at all, and it's my belief that he's not so much a creator as an illustrator, perhaps, a recorder of sorts. I hadn't considered the existence of such a role before, let alone its implications, but the paintings he has produced are informative. At least he's easily controlled and useful. I wish I could say the same about Wake. It's frustrating that the best subjects are always so damn difficult to deal with.
Chris, you're currently playing Alan Wake 2. That's excellent. That's cool that you're playing it. I'm looking forward to replaying it, especially with the new Game Plus that was released recently. Thank you so much, Theory, for the Happy New Year wishes. Thank you so much.
Not buying that. I was tailing Wheeler, and this is the only place he could have gone. That means Wake is probably there too!
Agent Nightingale, this is private property, and I will not allow you to disturb my patients.
Yeah? I can get a warrant. How would your fragile little patients like that?
Oh, I'm thoroughly intimidated by your mighty authority now, Agent.
Listen, you smug snob. How would you like it if I busted through this gate and knocked you around a little?
Agent Nightingale, first of all, I'm recording this conversation, so you might want to watch what you say. Secondly, you're not dealing with a hick now. I know the law, and if you can get a judge to grant a warrant, I'll be glad to cooperate. But you won't get one. Be advised that any further communications with me are to be made through my lawyer.
I don't believe this.
Good day, Agent.
Yeah.
It really does, Chris. Yeah. Yeah. I like how they incorporated how long it's been since the first game released. In terms of, like, how long it's been. Hey, Bill Arista, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much for the New Year wishes. Well, thank you, Bill Arista. I wish the same to you as well. I hope you also have a great 2024. Hope things have been going well.
chew your crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously, do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? I'm famous. I represent a celebrity. They'll be looking for me. Oh, that's how you want to play it? Is that how you want to play it? Really? Okay, that's how we'll play it. It'll be hardball all the way, jerk. Seriously, man, I'm willing to forget the whole thing if you let me out now. Just let me out! Hey, you think I can't hear you out there? I hear you just fine. You what, is this how you get your kicks, Hartman? I knew you were weird. You got that weird guy look. If you're one of those nurses, I'll double what he's paying you, okay? Do you have any idea how much I make as an agent of a best-selling writer? A lot. Is a personal check good?
Barry?
Ow! About time!
Barry! Man, am I glad to see you.
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such. Or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time, but I had no clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah, that's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Find a way out.
in the original version of this game, when you press play on this television set, it would play 2 commercials in a row. For the remaster version, though, they replaced those 2 commercials because they were product placements. They replaced them with 2 Night Springs episodes that were actually cut from the original release of the game. And so they play one after the other on this television set. You do have to mess with your volume settings, though, because for some reason when they put the videos of the Night Springs episodes that were missing from the original version into this remaster, they mustn't have mixed the sound the same way that they did with the other ones that had already been in there. So you might have to change your volume on it. But yeah, there's 2 extra episodes of Night Springs that were cut from the original game that have been put on this television set in the remaster. Excellent, Afro. You're up to the Blood and Wine DLC for Witcher 3. Awesome. I hope you enjoy it.
Al! I'm here! I found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al! Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out! Much of a maze! I made it through easy!
Afro killed Cyclops in one shot. Met your vampire friend. That's excellent. Seems like a walk in the park so far. Hope that stays the same way for the whole DLC. Haven't you had so much trouble with objects that get thrown at you? Yeah. Yeah, some of them can be tricky. And then you get the ones that rebound when you think that you're behind something properly enough for it to hit just that. Sometimes you can be unlucky and it just bounces and hits the top of something and then bounces onto you. It can hit you as well.
Oh, geez, Al! The house looks bad! Let's get out of here! Al, hurry up! I can hear those evil guys moving around! Be careful! I can see them moving around! They're coming for you!
Afro, but sure, the vampires are tough opponents. Yeah. It's been a while since I played that game. And the DLC for it, but I did like all of it. I think the DLC was really good. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning to you. Happy New Year as well. Hope you had a good rest. Hope you and Necro are doing well. Alan Wake's going great. It's going really, really good. I guess you could say it's going amazingly at the moment. Yeah, that's totally fair, Lucinda, as well. Yeah, we're a fair way in. We're over halfway in through the story. But really appreciate you stopping in, though. That's for sure. I know what it's like having to avoid spoilers. Sometimes it's a bit like playing Minesweeper. Listen, the Necro is sleeping in and you are sleepy. Well, that's good. That's good and get a sleep in. That definitely helps a lot, especially when it's the start of a new year as well. Coming up is one of my favorite Taken quotes.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be calm all night long. Well, it's actually day, but you get the gist.
You get 3 pills in the evening, and then trouble! We're all friends here. This is just part of the therapy.
Listen, how long do you think it might take you to get through the game this week? 3 days, 4? You know it might be a difficult question to answer not knowing how fast you'll progress. Oh no, that's no worries at all. So with the amount of chapters that there are in the main game, I think you could probably definitely get the game done in a few streams. I don't think it will take 7, 8 or 9 different streams and stuff. Because the way that the story is told, there's obviously a lot of dialogue and stuff, but some of that is dependent on how long you stay behind. And so taking that out of consideration, just basically going through and getting a general kind of experience with the dialogue that you hear and all that kind of stuff. I think you could still get it done in about a week's worth of streams, I think. But as you know, being a streamer, sometimes it can either take a little bit longer or you just don't know. But yeah, if you're just playing the main game and you're just getting the general dialogue, you're not going for the ones that you have to wait. Because some dialogue, if you listen to it all play out, you'll be there for a minute or two, something like that. But yeah, I reckon you could do it in a stream week. I think maybe it might take a little bit of an extra stream, maybe. But some of the chapters vary in length as well overall in the grand scheme of things too. So one chapter might take you shorter than another, and some might take you a little bit longer. And plus, sometimes the gameplay even on normal mode, you might get into situations where the enemies will gang up on you. And it's one of those games too where when you press a button, the character doesn't instantly start doing the thing. For example, with the flares that you have, Alan won't always pull out a flare as soon as you press the button. So sometimes you might be getting hit by an enemy and you press the button to pull the flare out, but in between pressing the button and him pulling the flare out, another enemy might have thrown something at you that then hits you and kills you if you didn't have much health left as well. So there are some moments in the game where you get swamped and swarmed by enemies, and it can be very easy to get killed when that happens because there's so many attacking you at once. It's a combination of melee attacks up front, but it's also a combination of throwing shit at you as well. Birch is still stuck. Come on, Birch, you need to pace yourself. You'll tire yourself out. Indeed, Harbinger, indeed. A meal. Yeah, Lucinda, so I think you'll do fine and get it done within that time frame. Maybe a stream extra. Bendarin, is Alan awake yet? I can't really pinch him to find out. So maybe he might be awake. Happy New Year to you as well, Bendarin. Thank you so much for the Happy New Year wishes. And yeah, the game is going well. Yeah, we're pretty far into the game now. And I'm playing through the main game and the 2 DLC as well for this playthrough. Hanging back and listening to some extra dialogue, but not going all the way in by actually investigating everything and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Code. Nope, Alan is a vegetable. He really is. He's a vegetable, and I don't know what kind of vegetable you would classify him as. Whether it would be a, you know, broccoli or not sure.
Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so,
Barry!
I'll find it. Don't worry about it.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it! tell me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest...
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it.
Look out! God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Code. A day overripe tomato, most likely. You're not wrong there. Ben Darren, yeah, it's what you read trying to search for a solution. On PC, you think it's possible to reset it, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only way you'd be able to do that on a console is if you delete your manual, well, your hard drive save and your cloud save as well. It's a shame, though, that you can't. It would have been cool if they reset the thermoses and all that kind of stuff. As an automatic thing.
Barry! Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way. Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that. Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Al, there's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Woo! Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh? You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al! I'll be waiting!
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al! I'm not staying here! It's suicide! I'm going to the farm! I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area! You can catch up! Don't worry about it! I'm on the case!
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry. Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through.
Ben Darren, this is a tough section on hardest. Do you remember when doing the platinum? Oh yeah, nightmare mode. I mean, there's a lot of parts of this game that can be very frustrating even on normal mode, let alone nightmare difficulty. But that does actually add a lot of challenge too as well. Doesn't take you long to get killed either.
I hoped there'd still be a working generator somewhere around here to power up the old lights by the gate. I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Ben Darren, there's a lot of randomness to how stuff flies around and can hurt you. Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's so many variables depending on where you're actually standing at the time that the enemy decides to start actually, gearing up for its attack on you, or, about to fly at you.
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
They are, Harbinger. Absolutely. Thank you for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Harbinger. Could you imagine all the Taken speaking with Bane's voice from The Dark Knight Rises?
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking. The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path.
Ben Darren, I was actually thinking that earlier. I was like, okay, because I missed out on doing it in the last playthrough, I can now, in this playthrough, actually go to that spot.
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
Yeah, Ben Darren. Yeah, the last time was in October last year, as part of my horror month. And that was a long playthrough because I was actually even backtracking as far as possible to see if there's any dialogue that triggered, and doing other, stuff, reading all the things, listening to all the radio stations, watching all the Night Springs episodes, covering all that kind of stuff. So for this playthrough, I'm just basically hanging back and listening for more dialogue between characters or quick things that will trigger different dialogues and stuff, but not going around and spending like 2 hours sometimes. I think in that playthrough there was some chapters that took me like almost 3 hours to do because of the extent I was doing them to.
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm. I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not...
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy. Who wrote this crap anyway?
Yeah, I wonder who, Walter. Who could have been writing this story?
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way, near escapes, cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who'll help me. I'll make it happen.
Lucinda, okay, don't think you're going to have the mental faculties to pay attention today. And Necro's still asleep. You're going to go back to bed. I hope you have a great rest of your stream, Lucinda. Rod. Lucinda, that is absolutely no trouble at all. You would think that I'm the one that hasn't had much sleep. I hope that you have a great rest. Thank you so much for popping in. I really do appreciate it. I hope that whatever sleep you do get extra is actually really good and that you'll wake up well rested. Thank you so much. I definitely will have a great rest of the stream. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is going to be doing a playthrough of Alan Wake herself. It'll be her first playthrough and is going to be playing through the Assassin's Creed series, or has been rather, and finished off Assassin's Creed Odyssey recently. We'll be starting Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and the primary game is Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and the secondary game is Alan Wake. So this week it's Alan Wake's turn, and then next week it'll be Assassin's Creed, and then back and forth, week to week between the primary and secondary game. Also a fan of the Resident Evil series as well as The Last of Us, and is also a fan of Dying Light as well as Dishonored. And yeah, highly recommend checking out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome back. I hope you had a good rest. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here. Definitely catch you again soon. Danny! Danny boy!
Let me guess. Danny, huh? The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast. If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Alright, so something I missed out on showing in my previous playthrough back in October last year was a bit of a Easter egg, or like a hidden thing. So this time around in this playthrough we're going to actually trigger it. Wasn't it somewhere? Oh yeah, the grave's here. Here we go. Some skeletons get brought back to life. Indeed, Bandaran. Skulls. Skull and Bones. That's supposed to come out this year, actually. Which is what someone has said every year, I think, since it was announced in 2013.
Stay away from my daughter!
I do too, Bandaran. It's really cool to have things that are a little bit out of the way. And so people who like to explore can get rewarded for their exploration. That's one of the reasons why I like triggering dialogue that I've never heard before, because it's really cool to hear new information, especially if it's a game that you've played multiple times before and you've never triggered some of the stuff. Help adds a lot to the replayability of a game.
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Ow! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn!
So glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Bronson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them off! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Harold, you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? This place is stacked! Ow! Hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on! Yes! Here we go! Gary Wheeler to the rescue! Oh, damn it! Goddamn turn-of-the-century wiring! Hang on, Al! I'll get them working again, I promise! for Barry, please, please, please!
They are trying to kill us. That's the high point of my life? Really?
Children of the Elder God! Enjoy it! God damn it! That was awesome!
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Yeah, this is definitely the moment where the developers had fun. Well and truly. It's one of the most sort of like fun sequences in a video game that has, you know, music, like a song playing, you're on a stage. It's just so well done. I like how Remedy do that a lot with their games now. Have musical sequences in the narrative, but also in the gameplay as well. I'm looking forward to replaying Control to go through the cigarette maze or the ashtray maze again.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm! See, bestseller? No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time. We need to get this thing moved out of the way.
This is as far as I got, before they ambushed me.
Harbinger, you should have quit the game before the checkpoint so that we could experience this part again. Yeah. It's such a great part.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
I don't blame you, Ryu. I love that whole sequence there with the cardboard cutout. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to make it an animated emote. with the waving around of the cardboard cutout.
Wow! You look at that thing, Al? They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
I know at the start of this playthrough I said that I wasn't going to watch all the Night Springs episodes, but I'm going to make an exception for this one because it also has some dialogue from Barry, because Barry is thinking that the Night Springs episode on this television is one of the ones that Alan had actually written.
Sleep. We all spend a third of our dreams in its soft embrace, somewhere between fantasy and
Hey,
oblivion.
remember when I got you that gig?
But
Your
dreams
first
have a
real
way of
writing
forcing
job. What got
themselves
you
into
started?
waking life,
Was this one of your
or vice
episodes?
versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream, and the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
Well, maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys, and they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh.
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
That episode doesn't have like an outro narration. I like the concept of that episode. Someone is in a dream, and within that dream, there's other people, and within that dream, those people have an existence. But once the person dreaming wakes up, all of those people end up going away. And it makes me think of when you have a dream, and you're just dreaming of random people you've never met. And when you wake up, you never ever meet them. And so, essentially, you've woken up and you've basically made them disappear, kind of thing. That's what that episode makes me think of.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Whoa! Good going, Al!
Planting the crops is hard work.
I think we can make it through here, Al! Wow! Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff.
Well, you got to say something about Barry. When he comes up with an idea that he believes in and gets behind and is motivated to do, he can actually get it done, because he eventually gets the Old Gods of Asgard to release a new single, even in their old age. And in Alan Wake's American Nightmare, there's a interview with Old Gods of Asgard and Barry Wheeler as well. And there's a meta commentary on the fact that even though Old Gods of Asgard in 2010 are elderly, when they sing, they suspiciously still sound like they're in their, probably 30s back in the 1970s. So I kind of liked how that was done, because Poets of the Fall, the real-life band who actually play the Old Gods of Asgard, they are the ones who sing the songs. And so because their voices sound much younger than the characters of Odin and Thor, I like in American Nightmare how they actually made a little bit of a reference to that. So yeah, Barry actually goes on to represent Odin and Thor with a new single and all that kind of stuff.
Be careful, Al!
Haven't you? This was one of the worst fights. Oh, you mean like with all the like enemies on the farm and stuff? Yeah, it definitely can be. Oh, Harbinger, the fight you just skipped by running to Barry. Oh, that one, yeah. Yeah, that can be tough. Because they do like to gang up on you.
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
There's some dialogue that I want to trigger with Barry by not actually getting the key straight away to open the door and all that kind of stuff.
Got to be kidding me.
Is that you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on. I'll try to find a key to get the door open.
I had to find a key to get Barry out.
Even after getting the key, I'm just going to stand there by the door near Barry and just get the dialogue that he says.
Hold up. Come on, this place is all dusty. You know I got my allergies. Come on, Al, open the door already. Seriously, I don't like it in here. Holy crap! I think I lost some body weight with that one. Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy.
I just had a thought. It'd be cool to have a side-scrolling beat-em-up, shoot-em-up of Alan Wake, and do it in like retro style graphics, and have various characters that you can play as throughout the series. Make it like just something that isn't necessarily canon to the overall universe or something, but just some kind of like side spin-off game, and have you play as Alan or Alice or Barry or Odin and Tor or Cynthia Weaver or Rose, all sorts of characters, like almost every single character from the game that you could play as. Alan Wake in the style of Double Dragon or Streets of Rage would be interesting. Yeah. So make it like a 2D or 2.5D side-scrolling beat-em-up type thing. And still keep the light and dark mechanics, but do things like you could have basically making the enemy stun-locked underneath like a lamp post or something.
Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
I mean, some fans did a Silent Hill 2 beat 'em up using the Streets of Rage game engine. So anything's possible. Even if it was just fans who did it.
Let's do this thing. The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box. This place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Speaking of mashing things up, you've been working on another timeline within your works based on Mortal Kombat. This one takes influences and inspiration from DC and Injustice. Oh yeah. Yeah, taking the kind of similar approach that they made with Injustice, but with the Mortal Kombat characters.
Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be... What's-her-face? The crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right. Must be. want to hear the song.
Okay. We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy, drunken dream. And yet, it was more than that. It was the truth. A suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened.
You more or less the comic book feel and aesthetic. You will admit you love Marvel, but you've been gravitating more towards DC lately. That's fair enough for
Beyond
you.
this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night.
But it's interesting too, changing things up. I know that the Injustice storyline was probably not a popular one necessarily with a lot of people who prefer, the comics to not be, or their characters not to be that way. But I'm not going to lie, not picking up collectibles even though you have all of them kind of triggers you. Well, to be fair, I actually don't have all the coffee thermoses in the PlayStation 5 version. I've got them all in the Xbox 360 version that I own. I don't have them all in the Xbox One version that I own. And in the Xbox Series S version that I own. And I don't have them in all the in the PlayStation 5 version that I own. Yeah, Ryu drinking buddies, Barry and Alan. They are definitely drinking buddies as well as, friends, and also Barry being his agent. I like that, Ryu. Become shit-faced. Ryu, imagine if you had a nightmare where that standee came to life. Oh, that would be so funny, actually. That would have been cool. The Justice story was definitely garbage, much like newer Mortal Kombat stories. It's the same team, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it can be tricky changing things up because you can piss off people by doing the changes that you make, depending on what the changes are.
I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Alice? Alice!
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it behind you.
Alice?
She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her.
Yes. I'll write. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it.
I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I had woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape.
week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious, and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night. I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
There's an old town road with mystery of Tom the poet and his music.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Indeed. And in the next stream, we're going to be continuing Chapter 5. You made a list of counterparts within the timeline, sort of as a guideline as to how the characters are depicted in terms of their abilities and personalities. Well, that's definitely good to do. Have it all laid out so you know exactly the ins and outs of what you want to come up with. Hey there, Cynical. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope your year is off to a great start already. Thank you so much for the Happy New Year wishes. Ryu, inner guilt. That's true. That's one of the things that Alan has about what happened with Alice. You know, it's kind of like, you know, he's most likely been thinking, you know, if only I hadn't have gotten angry at her just wanting to, you know, help me with the writing and all that kind of stuff. If I didn't storm out, you know, maybe she wouldn't have been taken by the dark presence and all that kind of stuff. And when you think about it too, especially Mr. Scratch, those aspects of Alan that Mr. Scratch is, you know, embodiment of, all the negativity, or the anger, or the stuff like that. That's another avenue for which those elements of Alan's personality can come through, except be actually put into an actual form. Hey there, Cody. Happy New Year to you. Welcome on in. Sorry about the timing of this for those who are just joining, but this is where I'm going to end the stream. I hope it's going well, Cody. Yeah, Tech. Yeah, the Big Daddy from the BioShock games. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Wearing the big, like, you know, diving suit. Indeed, Ryu. Yeah, to be continued. Previously on Alan Wake. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Ryu. I remember when I did that playthrough of Until Dawn, the first time I ever played it, how every time there was a previously on Until Dawn, I actually did a different voice for it. And that was one of them, the Arnie impression. Thank you so much for the Happy New Year, Cody. Thank you so very much. And you going good? Excellent. That's good to hear, Cody. As for me, I'm doing really good. It is now the 2nd of January here in Australia. It is past midnight about 26 minutes ago. But doing well. I had a good stream of Alan Wake. I always like to play through Alan Wake at the start of a new year. It's kind of a tradition for the channel for a few years now to play through it as the first playthrough. Snakes, that's actually absolutely no worries at all for the stream. Cheers, Cody. Thanks, dude. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing Witcher 3. He's playing on the hardest difficulty, but if that wasn't hard enough, he's also playing without the HUD. So we can't tell when enemies are almost dead or what their health is. He can't tell so many different things that having a HUD actually helps you with. And he's also playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard as well in the choices that he makes and that kind of stuff. So we're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles. But before we do that, though, I just want to give some shout-outs to some other streamers I'd like to recommend. See you, Ambivalent. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, thank you, Tech. I definitely will. Thank you so much, Tech. I hope you do as well. Hey there, Red Ginger Cat. Happy New Year to you as well. I hope it's off to a great start for you. That's the Tylian that I meant to do a shout out for. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, who is playing through Alan Wake herself. It'll be her first playthrough of this game. She's also playing through Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and that's her primary game. This week, though, it's her secondary game, Alan Wake. And Maxi is playing games like Star Wars Jedi Survivor. He also did a playthrough recently he also did a playthrough of GTA 5 recently, where it was a law-abiding citizen playthrough. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well, and has a lot of funny channel point rewards that are both visual and audio over on his channel. Also, highly recommend checking out Shillerlock, playing through the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim for the first time ever. There's also an Assassin's Creed fan, playing through games like the Ezio trilogy with a no-death challenge and no upgrades as well. And he'll also be doing a playthrough of The Quarry for a first time. Amateur Tech's playing through the Tomb Raider series, currently on Chronicles, but we'll also be doing the other main entries afterwards, like Angel of Darkness, Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend, Underworld, the 2013 reboot, and the two sequels to that, Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Tylian 3 is playing games like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, as well as a fan of Alan Wake, Control, games like that. A lot of third-person action-adventure ones, also including games like Horizon Zero Dawn and God of War as well. So yeah, highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. Tech and Shillerlock, no worries at all for the shoutouts. More than happy to give you shoutouts. Thank you so much everyone for watching this stream. The next stream of this that you'll see from me will be on Tuesday, and if you see me streaming this game, then you know it's become Tuesday in Australia. I may end up getting the last two main chapters done in the first stream on Tuesday. On Tuesdays, I usually do two separate streams that are split. So it'll be Alan Wake Remastered in both streams, but I might be finishing the main story in the earlier one. So depending on people's time zones, you might end up missing that live. But that'll be the first stream for Tuesday. We'll be finishing off the main game. And then the second stream will probably be doing at least one of the two extra episodes, or maybe I'll do both in one stream, I think, for that second one. But either way, Alan Wake Remastered is still the game that I'll be streaming. When Alan Wake Remastered is finished, the next game that I'm going to be playing Monday and, Mondays to Thursday will be Alan Wake's American Nightmare as well. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's a raid message which has some free follower emotes included. And here is also a raid message for subscribers to use as well. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles. I hope that everyone has a great rest of your New Year's Day, and that you have a great time. Catch you in the next one.